Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats.
Returning to page 25 of the calendar, House Bill 5002.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend the rules and dispense with the third constitutional reading.
Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 15.
Ayes 24, noes 15. The motion fails. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker. Clerk will continue with the calendar.
So on page 7, page 9, House Bill 2174. What we have here is a failure to communicate. Page 9, House Bill 2174.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, the conference committee report in most aspects follows along the lines of what we adopted during the when it came through the Senate. So the Senate version was similar to this. There are two significant changes. One is that in the Senate we had established that it was for 25 employers of 25 or more. And that was reduced in the conference committee report to 15. And the other change was that we had adopted a provision that exempted part-time employees from the calculation of how many employees each employer had, and that exemption was removed in the conference committee report. So those are the two changes to it. It deals with the retirement savings plan that would be mandated for private employers that did not have a retirement plan for their employees at that threshold level of 15 or more employees, which would include part-time employees.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2174?
Mr. President.
For purpose, Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman rise.
To speak to the conference committee report.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, I must admit I'm very disappointed to hear this. When we were in committee, there was an agreement. I even thought the patron agreed to the 25 group, and then apparently there was some reconsideration. The decision to take the part-time employees out, I think, are just absolutely critical. There's a lot of paperwork that can happen for an employee that is just there for a couple of hours a week. Mr. President, I've said it before that this is a potentially a very good program, one I think should have been voluntary at first until Virginia 529 was ready. But moving down to 15 employees and taking out the part-timers is really unfortunate, especially at this last hour, Mr. President. So I'm very disappointed that occurred.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Mr. President, will the gentleman from Southern Fairfax yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
Yes, I would be happy to yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
I would ask the gentleman, one of the distinctions was not only not counting part-time employees towards the 25, now 15 threshold, but also that the eligible employees would by definition be full-time employees that work 30 hours a week and would therefore be entitled to benefits. Is that definition also been taken out of the conference report?
Senator has the floor.
Can you repeat that question? I didn't follow quite all of that.
Sure. When we amended the bill, to restate the question, when we amended the bill in the Senate, we defined an eligible employee as somebody who works 30 or more hours, or at least I believe is 100 hours a month. And that was the definition of a full-time employee that would be eligible for this program. Has that definition now been taken out of the bill?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would ask that this bill go by temporarily. I can check that out quickly and then get back to respond on that.
Without objection, House Bill 2174 will go by temporarily.
Page 16, Senate Bill 1146.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe. And before I call him the senator, I'm going to call him the senator from Bedford, Senator Newman. Okay, is your mic working?
Mr. President, it is working, but I did not request to speak.
Okay, thank the senator. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the companion to the conformity bill that we passed a few hours ago, and I would move we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1146? Seeing none, question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 19, Senate Bill 1338.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
All right. I know.
This is a bad bill,
Yes.
below 25.
I'm, yeah. Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report for Senate Bill 1338.
Senator's the floor.
This is the same language that's in another bill, a House bill that we passed today, as the conference committee report on that. This is remote patient monitoring, 5 different categories of remote patient monitoring that would be counted as telemedicine services and would be reimbursed there. There's money in the budget to cover the cost of it, and I would ask that we adopt this conference committee report.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Yes, speak very briefly to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, when you heard the senior senator from Fairfax say that was a bad bill, he was not referring to this bill, just to clarify.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1338? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Clerk will close the roll. No, I'm teasing. You're still you're still frozen. Can you vote? Okay. Is the board frozen?
Mr. President, can
Senator
we...
from James City County, Senator Norman. Sorry, the clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate agrees to adopt the conference committee report.
The longest vote in Senate history. We have a House communication.
The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move we waive the reading of communication from the House.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 7.
Ayes 32, no 7. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named to House Joint Resolution 555 by the Chair of Privileges and Elections, Senator Deeds, or Senators Locke, Surville, and Vogel. This is the second committee of conference. Are we ready to return to House Bill 2312? Page 12.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Okay, so this again is the marijuana bill. Just to be clear, what we're doing was we're adopting a framework when reenacted that would provide for the legal sales of marijuana to begin not before January 1st, 2024 for adults 21 and older. And for those that are interested, the NAACP issued an updated statement that this bill was not perfect, but it was a step in the right direction. Beginning this July would be the boards, the authority, the oversight committee, and then July 2022, if reenacted, would provide for local opt-out referendums that would have to occur by November or in 2022, presumably in November. July 2023, the regulatory scheme would begin issuing licenses for everything but sales. Simple possession would be legal on January 1st, 2024. So as one member put it, what they may have done or not done in college would not be legal until January 1st, 2024. And with that, I move the adoption of the conference report.
Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2312? For what purpose is the senior senator, what purpose is Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise?
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, I know I'm not going to change anybody's mind on this vote, but I'm compelled to just say one thing about it. Based upon the question asked by the senior senator from the city of Richmond, because I think it's an important distinction, the gentlelady asked if any laws were going to be changed as of July 1st, 2021, criminal or civil. And they're not. And I think it's important that people understand it'll be illegal to grow marijuana in Virginia. It'll be illegal to manufacture it. It'll be illegal to possess it with the intent to sell it. It'll be illegal to possess certain amounts. And it goes beyond that. Most of those will be a felony in Virginia. And many of those will be prosecuted. And what really bothers me about this bill is that and I assume it's going to pass. I'm not going to vote for it, but I assume it's going to pass. When the newspaper and the television reports marijuana is legal in Virginia, and the people of this body can't even decipher what's in it, how in the world is the average Virginian supposed to know that they can't grow it in their backyard, that they can't possess a certain amount more, that if they possess a certain amount and they happen to have baggies in the kitchen next to their bag of pot, they could be arrested with the possession with the intent to sell. I think that's really important. And the question the gentlelady from the city of Richmond asked wasn't responded to in that way. But you're going to tell people it's legal when, in fact, the vast majority will not be. And I still have great concerns with this regulatory scheme that's being set up. It'd be one thing if you legalized it and let people grow it and sell it in a free market. And you could tax the sale and you could get the money, your taxes off of it that way. But this regulatory scheme that's being set up, I tell you today, standing on the floor of the Senate, it will criminalize more people than the war on drugs did.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the conference report.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to first thank the senator from Alexandria for slowing down the train a little bit so that we could all fully understand what we are about to vote for. And I also want to thank David May for taking the time to walk us, those of us who had questions, through the bill so that we could answer whether this is in fact better or worse than status quo, and whether any new civil or criminal penalties will take effect without further action by this body. I want to reiterate one thing. This bill is not marijuana legalization. So anyone who thinks it is, this is not that. It does set up a framework to get us to a path for legalization in 2024. It allows JLARC, and I want to thank the conference committee for including this at my request. It allows JLARC, just as it did when we did casinos, to look at this bill and compare it to its report and make recommendations on how we compare to what they looked at in other states and the findings in that report. So we will have further information to make more decisions. The only criminal or civil related provisions that will take effect without further action by the General Assembly in 2024 is the repeal of the prohibition of simple possession, a provision dealing with possession by someone 21 years or older, which, as I understand it, is essentially the same penalty they face today. For an ounce or less, a $25 fine. And for more than a pound, it's a felony with fines or jail time that are similar to what they would face today. and that for underage possession, it is essentially the same penalties you would face today, a $25 fine, and mandatory substance abuse treatment or education. Based on that explanation, this bill is not worse than status quo. Could it be better? Yes. If we have already made the decision that simple possession should be repealed, we could have done that today and ended the disproportionate fines on communities of color. But that's not where we are today. Hopefully, in the 30 days the governor has to look at this bill, he'll consider doing that. I suspect there'll be many other amendments that the governor can make. But let's be absolutely clear, this bill is not legalization, and there are a lot of steps between here and legalization, and we need to ensure that everyone, every stakeholder affected by this continues to be a part of that process. And with that, I ask that we adopt the conference report.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Mr. President, I ask if the senator from Alexandria would yield for a question.
Will Senator yield?
I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, I heard the senator from Alexandria say that the NAACP has issued an updated statement that says that this is a step in the right direction. And I asked the gentleman, I read the earlier statement which said the Virginia NAACP, this is issued by the executive director and I guess the president of the NAACP, that says that the Virginia NAACP does not support the so-called marijuana decriminalization that includes systemically racist probable cause provisions, and goes on and says, we will not stand by while Jim Crow's sister Jane tries to creep her way into Virginia law. Now, those sound like pretty unambiguous words uttered in opposition to the bill, and I wonder if the senator from Alexandria could perhaps enlighten me and perhaps the body as to what magic he worked to disabuse or to get the Virginia NAACP to suddenly and magically change its mind about this 20,000-line piece of legislation.
Senator has the floor.
I wish I could claim credit for speaking to the NAACP directly, but I did not. I'll just read you their words. We're grateful that legislators successfully moved the most concerning aspects of the proposed legislation, and I think they may have looked at it closer and reflected on it more. While the final conference report is not perfect, it is a step in the right direction. We hope legislators will move forward with its passage. I think it's important to recognize that the $25 civil fine, as the senior senator from Richmond indicated, preliminary reports were that it was the people of color were receiving those fines in disproportionate percentages to their use, which is the same as other populations. And I think that perhaps on reflection, they realized that though it won't go away tomorrow, that going away on January 1st, 2024, if readopted, I'm sorry, not if readopted, that going away on January 1st, 2024 would eliminate so many of those fines.
Mr. Question?
Further question.
Senator Yield?
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
I think I heard the gentleman say that he believes that the change of heart came in conjunction with changes to the legislation. Were there any changes made between
No.
this morning when that statement was issued and now?
No, I will say
There's the
that
floor.
that there was past versions of the bill and that the conference report was not publicly released this morning.
Further question?
No further question. Thank you.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. We seem to be having some electronic challenges. I rise to speak against the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I've been in one or two caucus meetings in my career, and different caucuses have different approaches on how they communicate with their members. And before we had the caucus break, there was some discussion about we needed to slow down this train, and it is incredibly conspicuous why the train needed to slow down. I also read the initial statement that came from the NAACP, and by slowing down this train, it gave some an opportunity to communicate, to cover their political posterior. It was creating enormous discomfort for some. Matter of fact, it created such enormous discomfort that a majority of the Black caucus in the House walked off the floor because they were so uncomfortable about it. And I can see how that discomfort may have become contagious, Mr. President. The objection I have to this bill is fairly simple. I would say there are not more than 2 or 3 members of this body that have a clue about the comprehensiveness of what this bill does. To be looking at a substitute that is over 3,000 words, over 3,000 lines, over 200, almost 250 pages, and come in here with this incredibly thin and transparent arguments trying to justify why we need to do this. It is almost bordering on being disingenuous, Mr. President. And I say there are things in there about an oversight agency. You know, what's the oversight agency going to do? Nobody's talked about the $20 million they have moved from ABC in to cover this. Mr. President, nobody has talked about, are these individual licensees, are they going to qualify as a micro business for purposes of engaging in this? There are so many nuances, there are so many uncertainties, and so much lack of understanding on this that it is almost beyond my belief that as a result of internal pressures that we're going to pass this piece of legislation that is not even remotely ready for prime time. And I've got to say, I think this is one of the most horrendous pieces of legislation in my career that have been jammed through because hardly anybody gets it. And as the senator from King William stated, if we don't get it, how in the world can we expect the citizens of Virginia to get it? And I have no misgivings, no misgivings. I see the bruises that have come out of caucus that are going to vote this out.
For what purpose does the Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise?
I'm speaking to the conference report, Mr. President.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we need to consider that this conference report sets up a process for addressing some of the questions and the nuances that the senator from James City County so eloquently identified. There, for example, we have the Cannabis Control Authority. There will be an advisory committee there. There's the Public Health Advisory Council, and there is an oversight commission. This conference report acknowledges that there are lots of questions that still have to be answered when you're establishing an entire marketplace for a product that deserves to be controlled for the health of our Virginians, needs to be regulated. We need to ensure that there is some type of process for allowing everybody to come to the table, which we would call social equity, and achieving those licenses. All of these questions merit, I think, more conversation from experts, from stakeholders, from folks who have traditionally been left out of these kinds of conversations, and yes, from communities who have been over-policed with respect to the usage of marijuana. So I think this really does acknowledge the complexity that we are facing, and it does set up opportunities, it sets up structure, it sets up oversight, and we will be back involved. The General Assembly will be involved in most of the decisions that will be recommended to us by these various committees and commissions. So I think this is a good step forward, and I would encourage the body to vote for this, because this is a really good framework. Having said that, I guess I will sit down. Thank you, Mr. President.
For what purpose is the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise?
Just a couple of observations, Mr. President.
Senator's the floor.
With respect to the senator from King George County said that people are going to be misled, I find it hard to believe that any of the newspapers who are going to be printing this tomorrow aren't going to, note pretty quickly in the article that it takes effect January 1st, 2024. And not all the provisions do without reenactment, but 2024. The other thing, a little curious to see a senator from Rockingham quoting the NAACP in defense of his position. I guess all that's left is for me to be quoting the NRA next year. That's all, just an observation. Nothing. No, not calling you anything. Just simply say I was a little surprised. That's all.
President.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I appreciate the concern from the senior senator in Fairfax. I am curious about the NAACP's position with respect to this out of a shared concern, because I had a piece of legislation that ran out of this body 39-0, and it had absolutely zero to do with the minority component of the SWAM, small women and minority-owned businesses. And every single legislator I spoke to understood that that bill had nothing to do with the minority component of SWAM. And the subcommittee members in the House likewise told me they understood that it had nothing to do with SWAM. And the same guy who put out the news release about the marijuana bill this morning put out a news release that was similarly fallacious, wrong, misleading, and said that that piece of legislation was somehow going to undermine minority contractors under SWAM. And that bill wound up dying in the House after every legislator I talked to in the House told me they knew full well that it didn't do what the NAACP was saying it did. And members in here told me they knew that the NAACP was wrong and that they were simply flexing their muscle and they knew better. So I'm curious as to what magic the members on the other side have that I don't have to convince the NAACP that they're wrong when they're plainly wrong. So I thank the gentleman for his question and my opportunity to share that shared experience that I have perhaps with the senator from Alexandria, but with different outcomes. So I thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley Rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the conference committee report and
Senator's the
certainly
floor.
Situation here. You know, it's funny that the senior senator from Fairfax that we love so very dearly, and he takes every opportunity that he can to turn upon us and show us our hypocrisy all the time. How dare anybody think that they're going to pick up the paper tomorrow and it's going to say marijuana legalized? Update from the Richmond Times-Dispatch. Breaking news. House votes to back legalization of marijuana. Senate vote still pending. I mean, every single one of my clients, I don't know about you all, but every single person you talk to believes that what you're going to do tonight is legalize marijuana. You're going to do it. And for the times that I say, no, it's going to be 2024, they go, no, it's not. No, it's not. I'm sitting here for 46 days, and they're saying, no, it's not. It's legal. So when the senator from King George says and creates a scenario, he's not creating some out there scenario that sometimes the senator from Hanover can create in his own mind. He's creating the truth. And if you don't believe me, I could give you a whole list of people I've represented, and there's public records of, since the $25 fine. You don't get it. The disparity is real, and the original statement from the NAACP is true. You know, so if you're going to do it, let's do it. Let's rip the Band-Aid off. Let's remove the inequities that are still in this bill. And may I suggest this, not just because of the lateness of the hour, but also because this deliberative body that I'm so honored to serve in usually takes its time, it's deliberate, and it makes sure it's right. And right next to the old headlines that are going to be in every paper saying House votes to back legalization of marijuana, there's going to be another one pretty soon that says Governor calls special session to the Virginia General Assembly. It's not like we're out of time tonight. I think a lot of great work has been done to try to get it there, but we're not there, and this bill is a mess. Senior senator from Richmond stated that earlier on. It's a mess. Creates confusion, especially in the public. 90% of Virginians aren't even paying attention to us right now, guys. But what they are hearing is, pot is legal. I'm growing pot. Not me, I'm not growing pot, but you know what I'm saying. Okay, I'm growing pot. Okay, you coerced a confession. But that's what they're thinking, and you got to stop it. You're going to decrim all the way. If not, you're going to create confusion, and more arrests are going to occur, and more people are going to be subject to the bar of justice. So why don't we just put the brakes on this for now? Pick it up in our special session. I'm sure we're going to be back in like a week. And I'll miss you guys for that week that we're gone. Why don't we just do it then? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill rise.
There you go. Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the amendment.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, here, I don't care about the amendment. I want to get y'all straight. But the NAACP, they didn't get it wrong. If the NAACP called and say, Spruill, vote against that bill, I'm going to vote against it. So they didn't get it wrong. When they put something out, if you go back and check, they say, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by that? We have some folks to check into it, and we talk back and forth. They didn't get it wrong. So, but trust me, they are our eyes and ears. We are on this side, they're on the outside. And what they see, they bring it to our attention. So we ain't playing no tricks around. Trust me, had the NAACP says to Spruill, don't vote for that bill, I won't do it. I want you to know that. So they didn't get it wrong. They made a statement, and somebody called, and we checked into it and talked about it. They said, oh, that's what happened. So don't blame the NAACP for anything. It's their jobs to make sure that all people are represented and treated fair. And as you know, when it comes to this kind of stuff, black folks are not treated fair. That's why we hire y'all lawyers. I noticed who got up and spoke tonight on that side of the aisle. All lawyers. You can make a whole lot of money off of black folks. So don't pick on the NAACP. Because I'm here because the NAACP made it possible for me to be here. I'm here because I promised that I would do right and treat all people's right, regardless of what color they may be, all. And trust me, I know how to get in trouble all by myself. That's why I got my lawyer who keeps me straight. I got two ladies up there who spank me every now and then. But don't pick on the NAACP. Because of the NAACP, we are in this chambers. Had it not been for the NAACP, you wouldn't have no black folks in here tonight. Had it not been for the NAACP, all the things that we have accomplished in this world, you won't have it. They didn't get it wrong. They had some concern, they put it out there. And believe me, when they put something out there, I call and check and say, explain to me what's going on. Please, don't pick on the NAACP. I'm here, a poor kid from Broadlawn Project. I'm here because they polished me up a little bit. They be here. Bless your heart.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the conference committee report.
Senator, the floor.
I would like just to take a minute to inject what some of my colleagues have done a great job in raising, but just to tell you, while we have been in this bubble for 46 days talking to each other about this legislation, I have had the benefit of going home lots of days and seeing people at home, and the thing they all say is, wow, the legislature has legalized marijuana. And as my colleague who sits behind me just rightly pointed out, and as others have as well, no, we have not. And so all I want to remind the body is that when you go home tonight or tomorrow or the next day, we are all going to have a lot of explaining to do, a lot. Because if we in this body don't fully understand it and are anxious to put through legislation because we believe that there are high expectations and high deliverables, I just want to remind you that there are also high expectations and high deliverables for when we get home, and they expect us to have done what we said we did, and we didn't. And I say that as somebody who voted for this bill and voted for it again and voted for it again. And I believe in decriminalization, but I also believe in doing it in a measured way. And as I sit here and listen, that in the course of an hour, we've gotten conflicting information on something that I think every one of us actually takes seriously. And in some ways, we can make light of this, but this is an issue with real consequences, grave and dire consequences to the men and women in Virginia who may find themselves running afoul of the criminal penalties in Virginia. And so I just want to remind all of you, as I sit here and reflect on this, what people are going to say when I go home tonight, and who read what a senator from Franklin just read, that the paper has right now, that we've just legalized marijuana. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2312? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19.
Ayes 20, noes 19. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 20, Conference Committee Report on Senate Bill 1406.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Ebbett.
This is the Senate version of the marijuana bill that we just passed. Just to be clear, this is a framework that puts us on the path, if reenacted, towards legal sales on January 1st, 2024. With that, I move the conference report be adopted.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1406? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19.
Ayes 20, noes 19. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Returning to page 9 of the calendar. Returning to page 9 of the calendar. House Bill 2174, which we went by temporarily.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, could the senator from the City of Fairfax pose his question again?
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked the gentleman earlier, in the Senate version, we amended this bill to define eligible employee as a person that worked at least 30 hours a week and therefore would be eligible to enroll in this program. Is that still in the bill?
Senator's the floor.
No, that is not still in the bill. That was an amendment that was adopted on the floor of the Senate, but was not incorporated in the conference committee report.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill at the appropriate time.
That'd be now, Senator, if you'd like.
Yeah, Mr. President,
There's the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I know the hour is late, but this is an important small business issue. We had two pretty critical amendments in the Senate. One, that we narrowed this down to 25 employees in order to protect small businesses. And that secondly, we also eliminated the counting of employees that didn't work at least 30 hours a week, in other words, part-time employees. And not only that they not only would not count towards that 25 total, but also that they would not be people that you would be mandated to enroll in this program or offer the option of enrolling in this program, particularly if it was someone that worked for you as a seasonal worker or a high school student, someone who answers phones. And I think it's just common sense if you own a small business that employees that work full-time and receive benefits, it's a sort of a matter of American business practice that just generally we treat them differently. And when you put a mandate like this on small business, it goes from being a good bill to being a bill that can be very onerous. So I know the hour's late, but I really think the conferees need to get this correct. And I think the Senate position was significant. And I'm a little bit bereft that it was not adopted or at least considered. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, the senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, rise?
Mr. President, just speak briefly.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I think this bill, one, it was on my list to introduce, but it would have been different. It would have been a voluntary to begin with. And we had talked about it a couple of years ago, but when it got to this floor, the item of the 25 was kind of a showstopper. We stopped the bill because we couldn't find it in the bill. We finally found it on line 21, and after we had found it and we had assured ourselves that it was there, we went forward. To have that provision struck out along with the senator from Fairfax City, which is really critical because you could end up with just having 4 or 5 employees and then a couple of part-time employees, and you'll end up having to come into the program, and the administration that'll come with it could be extraordinary. But here again, if we were to start down this path with a voluntary program, get it up on its feet, find the way for the Commonwealth to move forward and have it become a wealth generator in that way, it could have been a very good bill and one that, in my opinion, we probably could have gotten 39 votes for. So I'm very disappointed that it came out of the conference committee in a way that it certainly did not leave here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker, rise.
Mr. President, just to address a couple of the issues in the bill and just to make sure everybody's aware of what the implications are. The 2 things that were adopted in the Senate that were not in the bill when it was introduced and passed in the House. One was the 25 employees or more before an employer would be required to participate in it. That had been 5 in the original bill. In this conference committee report, it's 15 or more would be required to participate if they did not already have a retirement plan or some other benefits, comparable benefits for their employees for their retirement. And then the other was the provision that the senator from the city of Fairfax discussed, which was the provision for including only part-time and full-time employees defined as at working 30 or more hours per week as eligible employees to participate in this plan. And that is not in the final version. There are about 45% of Virginia workers who do not have a retirement plan available to them where they work. So this was attempting to address this issue there, but obviously there are some significant concerns here. In addition, there are some fiscal issues and some legal issues as it relates to this, in that if we were to make it where the part-time employees were excluded, the concern expressed from the people with the Virginia the college savings plan, who are the people working working and advocating for this, they would say their understanding is that probably violates the ERISA laws at the federal level. So there are implications there as to whether it would be even legal to do that, is what they've expressed. There are also raised concerns about conformity with unemployment insurance. The further issue is that there would be some cost borne at the Employment Commission in Virginia Employment Commission, they would have to collect data as to how many hours people worked to be able to identify the individuals who would be eligible. So there are clearly some issues with this, but I think we need to go ahead and address it in terms of the vote on the bill, and then we'll figure out where we go from there. So.
For what purpose is Senator from Northwestern Fairfax? Senator Boysko rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
I can see where this train is going, but I just want to point out a couple of things. The way this bill has been written, the employer shoulders zero fiduciary obligations, legal compliance, and bears no responsibility for the investment selection advice. The program functions are going to be handled by the Commonwealth. You know, I come from a community where there is a lot of poverty, and I have families, parents who are working 2 and 3 part-time jobs who have no ability and wherewithal to save for a rainy day, much less for their retirements right now. The retirement gap in Virginia, 1.2 million workers. Most of them are people of color, and, well, 30% of them are people of color, and almost half of them are women. They will achieve, if we were to pass this bill, greater parity in access and affordability of retirement savings options. Again, the cost, there may be some cost, and I've heard from a couple of my colleagues who have some concerns about that, and I respect that. But think of what we could do for those moms and dads who are working 2 and 3 jobs, who do not have access to a retirement program. This is a good bill. This is going to help create some incentives to facilitate smooth onboarding for eligible employers. And, I wish that we had the will to pass this. Think about this. A 30-year-old worker earning $14.42 per hour, that's $30,000 annually, contributing $125 a month, that's 5% of their wages, could have approximately $198,000 to retire by the age of 67. This would be about $800 a month for 23 years at retirement. And, that's going to be the difference between somebody being able to feed themselves or not. And I urge the body to pass the bill. Thank you. I see my colleague getting tired.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize if no other member wants to speak.
Senator's the floor.
I think it's important that we be clear what we're doing here. This is a mandate on business. This is saying if you own a business and you employ people, you have to enroll them in this program. Now, it's not a matter of whether it's fiduciary duty or not. And by the way, I don't need to look at my phone. No one's sending me a text. I'm telling you from personal experience. When you own a business, you employ people, you pay them as much as you can, and the bottom line is anytime you have to enroll them in a program, that's fine. But you always understand every employment law is based on an employee threshold. We set it at 25. We set it at 50. And almost every program, Obamacare is the most well-known, is based on working a certain amount of hours. And there's a reason why we do that, because some people want to have more freedom. They want to be able to transition between jobs. They want to work part-time while they can raise their children. And we award them that freedom. Once you take somebody on as a full-time employee, you take on the burden of the administrative duties that it comes with providing full-time health care, providing for a retirement plan, providing for a 401k, all of these things we talk about. The problem is that we have these people, first of all, I take some umbrage with people sending texts down to people on the floor saying, well, there's an issue with ERISA. Well, really? Then show up in committee and tell us about it. Don't send somebody a text and have them tell us about it on the floor at the 11th hour. Okay? I've been around here all week. No one's ever approached me about an ERISA. And I know people that handle ERISA. The bottom line is we made a policy statement in the Senate. We're either going to stick with it or not. If we're not going to stick with it, then, why don't we just become an auxiliary body of the House? But we need to stick with our positions. Those conferees can go back. We can reach a compromise, and we can get this done. And we can make this is a good program, and it's going to be a good program for people. But if you mandate it on every single small employee, no matter how many people they employ, no matter who those people are, it's going to become a very onerous program, and we can avoid that. Thank you.
Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 15, noes 24.
Ayes 15, noes 24. The Senate does not adopt the conference committee report.
On page 11,
Mr. President,
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
to follow that up, I would like to make a motion that we insist upon our substitute and that we ask for a second committee of conference.
Senator's made the motion. Question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a second committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
ayes 23, noes 16.
Ayes 23, no 16. The Senate insists on its substitute and requests a second committee of conference.
On page 11, we're not going to have any action on House Bill 2276 or 2288. On page 12, second committee of conference on House Bill 2299.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Mr. President, this is the same conference committee report as the bill we passed a little while ago on special education, where we've aligned the initiatives directed by JLARC in their study. I hope the committee will support it, the Senate will support it as we did before.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2299? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the second conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate adopts the second conference committee report.
On page 15, we will not have any more action on Senate Bill 1104. On page 23, Senate Bill 1471.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the same committee report we voted on before to talk about the outdoor beverage license for localities to extend it so that they can take advantage of some of the outdoor spaces. We supported it resoundingly before. I hope we will again.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1471? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 15, House Joint Resolution 555.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. House Joint Resolution 55 has to do with the qualification of voters and felon disenfranchisement. The conference committee report adopts a part of what Senate Joint Resolution 272 has and part of what House Joint Resolution 555 had agreed to. And essentially what it says is that every person who meets The qualifications for voters shall have, basically says that every person who meets qualifications shall have the fundamental right to vote in the Commonwealth, and such rights shall not be abridged by law. And it also addresses the issue of felon disenfranchisement, essentially saying that any person who has been incarcerated for a felon conviction, but every such, I don't have on my glasses, hold on a minute. No person who has been convicted of a felony shall be no person who has been convicted of a felony shall be entitled to vote except during any period of incarceration for such a felony conviction. But every such person who has qualified to vote prior to such incarceration upon release from incarceration for that felony conviction and without further action required of him shall be invested with all political rights, including the right to vote. In other words, once a person has been released and paid his debt to society, that person would then be entitled to vote without any further actions necessary, which is what happens now. And that is the conference report, Mr. President, and I move that it be adopted.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Joint Resolution 555? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the second conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The Senate adopts the second conference committee report.
On page 7, we will not be taking up House Bill 2074.
Mr. President, inquiry of the clerk when she returns, please, sir.
Senator.
Mr. President, inquiry of Madam Clerk.
Senator's floor.
Madam Clerk, do we currently have any additional conference committee reports?
No, sir. We do know of one, Senate Bill 1115. Senator Peake is waiting for an answer from the House.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Or Mr. President?
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
I believe that I have been sorely mistreated by the House of Delegates, and I do not believe they're going to do anything with that bill. And let me just tell you, it matched exactly the bill that they passed out of the House of Delegates, that passed out of here 39-0, and they didn't even send it out of their conference. Or they put it into conference and didn't even put it out of conference. I am sorely irritated, Mr. President and Madam Clerk, but I don't believe we need to wait for that bill today.
Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I am not sorely irritated, but being a pragmatist, I respectfully move that the Senate now adjourn until Monday at 10 a.m.
Motion has been put by the Senator and it's not a debatable motion. Question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Monday? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Chair is uncertain. We will have a recorded vote. All in favor of the motion to adjourn until 10 a.m. on Monday will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 21.
Ayes 18, noes 21. The motion fails.
We will also, on page 18, we will not take up Senate Bill 1318. And that's where we are.
The Senate will be at ease.
Okay, we have a communication from the House. The House of Delegates has rejected the report of the Committee of Conference and has requested a second Committee of Conference on Senate Bill 1380.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate accede to the House's request for a second Committee of Conference.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a second Committee of Conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 13.
Ayes 24, noes 13. The Senate accedes to the request for a second Committee of Conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Commerce and Labor, Senator Saslaw, of Senators Lucas, Saslaw, and Norman. The House of Delegates has acceded to the request of the Senate for a second Committee of Conference on House Bill 2174. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, are Senators Barker, McClellan, and Vogel. All right, we need to retake a vote. We need to retake a vote on Senate Bill 1380. We need to accede to the request for a second Committee of Conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a second Committee of Conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 11.
Ayes 27, noes 11. The Senate accedes to the request for a second Committee of Conference.
So on page 24, Senate Joint Resolution 272, Second Committee of Conference.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought that we already acceded to the, oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you. Mr. President, this is the companion to the House Joint Resolution 555, the constitutional amendment dealing with the qualification of voters and those who have the right to vote, essentially indicating that that the right to vote shall not be abridged by law. And again, this is the companion to the bill that the constitutional amendment that we just passed. I don't know how long ago, but it's been a minute. So I move that we adopt this conference committee report.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Joint Resolution 272? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the second conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 17.
Ayes 21, no 17. The Senate adopts the second conference committee report.
So we have 4 outstanding. House Bill 2174, Second Committee of Conference, Senator Barker. House Bill 2331, Senator Edwards, which is a companion to Senate Bill 1443, which is also outstanding, and then Senate Bill 1267 of Senator Edwards. 61, I'm sorry. But we do have a little good news. So Senator Peterson turned in his checks today, and we did a quick total, and he's raised $7,000 for the Massey Cancer Center. And we have an update on the community service project by the Pages and families of Pages and friends of Pages and members and staff, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Their goal this year was $6,500. As of today, their total is $11,100. So great job for everyone. We've helped a lot of people. And now we wait.
Madam Clerk, Mr. President.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Would be an opportune time for a brief point of personal privilege.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you.
I just want to. Senator's the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just want to take a moment to thank all of the Senate staff, the clerk staff, who have made, I think, our time here as enjoyable in the conditions it can be, with the setup every day, the assisting with just basic stuff to help both our committees and the floor work, and us continuing nights like tonight, sometimes late into the night. And Madam Clerk, I appreciate you, your entire team, and all those folks who are still sitting here with us through this, and appreciate all your support. So thank you. Let's give them a big round of applause.
What purpose the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
For a very short point of personal privilege.
Senator, the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate the senator from Prince William recognizing the staff that was well deserved, but I also hope that we would give a very large round of applause for all the Capitol Police who have been both outside and inside in the halls, and they got to be bored to death. So please, thank you, everyone. Thank you all.
The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Brief point of personal privilege.
Senator's the floor.
While we're at it, I think we also need to extend our thanks to the staff of the Science Museum, who I don't think expected to have guests for quite this long, but have also taken extremely good care of us and are probably even more bored than the Capitol Police.
Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Brief point of personal privilege.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we would all be remiss if we didn't thank our friends from Merriweather's, Phyllis and her team, for making sure that we had good lunches and dinners and snacks every single day. And I urge the body to give them a warm round of applause as well.
Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Seeing none, the Senate will be at ease.
We have two conference reports we can take up. On page 9, Second Committee of Conference on House Bill 2174.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the second conference committee report for House Bill 2174.
Senator has the floor.
Speaking to that one, this is the one we discussed just recently. What is before us now with the second conference committee report is that it states that it rejects the House version of this bill and adopts the Senate version of the bill. So it includes the 25 and the exemption of the part-time employees, the amendments that were adopted coming through the Senate. And with that, I renew my motion that we adopt a conference report.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2174?
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Senator Yield.
Certainly.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked the gentleman, in the bill that we have before us right now, the latest conference report, two questions, actually, if you'll allow it. Number one, does it still include part-time employees, meaning people who work less than 30 hours? And second,
those are exempted now, so those are not in the bill now as eligible employees.
Would the gentleman yield for one more question?
Senator Yield.
Certainly.
Yes, Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask the senator, is this still a mandate on businesses, or is this an opt-in, or how's it structured?
It is a mandate on businesses that are 25 or more would be full-time employees that they would have to participate unless they already had a retirement plan for their employees. So that's how it's structured for the employees. It's an opt-out provision. The employees can opt out, but they would have to. So they are not required to be in it, but the employers are if they don't have another plan.
I thank the gentleman.
Thank the Senator. What purpose is the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the gentleman from Southern Fairfax yield for a question?
Senator Yield.
Yes, I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
First of all, I apologize because you may have answered this, but I had a hard time hearing you. As I understand it, it's now gone back it's moved up from 15 to 25.
That is correct.
And
further question?
Yes, Mr. President. Would the gentleman yield for a further question?
Yes, I do.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Please tell me in the following situation whether or not this person, the owner, would be deemed it would be a mandatory requirement that he provide this program for his employees. Himself, his wife, and 2 of his children run a small business. During the summer, they hire upwards of 21 part-time people to do landscaping work. Would he have to provide, would it be required of him to provide those employees with this particular benefit?
No, because
the floor.
Mr. President, Senator Morrissey, no, that they would not have to participate because it's the eligible employees. And we have taken out of the eligible employees those who are working less than 30 hours per week. So the part-time employees would be out of the calculation, and they would have to have 25 full-time employees.
I thank the gentleman.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the second conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 15.
Ayes 21, noes 15. The Senate adopts the second conference committee report.
House Bill on page 9, House Bill 2193.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Mr. President, I'm going to speak in opposition to this conference committee report.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this was a bill we spent a lot of time on in the Civil Subcommittee. It had to do with settlement agreements which could stay a dismissal of a case, which often happens when you have a creditor suing a debtor and they stay the dismissal in order for the debtor to pay off the debt while the case is pending. This happens oftentimes by practice in various courts, and typically it's done for 90 days, sometimes 180 days. This would put that practice into code, and we said within our subcommittee that we would allow it to go to the maximum of 1 year where a case could be stayed without a non-suit or a dismissal on the merits. The conference committee, for reasons I can't quite understand, decided to take that 1 year and convert it into 5 years. This would be a massive gift to creditors, because what it means is they could sue somebody and keep a case pending for years and years and years while that person is struggling to make payments, knowing that this lawsuit is out there, knowing that it's going to be on their credit history, as opposed to just on a separate agreement and making payments without the court having to be involved. So this is frankly a very bad idea, and I hope we reject this conference committee report. And by the way, I was on the conference committee.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Eastern Fairfax? Senator Servell rise.
Speaking to the report.
Senator's the floor.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this bill went through civil sub and we hated it. And I'm just mystified that it's even here in front of us in this posture. Fairfax County General District Court sees over 300,000 cases a year. If you just want to think about what's going to happen when 50,000 settlements get banked in that court every year for 5 years, how many unfinished cases are lurking around there on some ghost docket, it is going to be destructive of the way many courts currently work, especially some of the larger courts where they don't have systems to work like this. This bill is it's going after a problem that doesn't exist. If somebody violates a settlement agreement, you file a new lawsuit. It's not that's how it works today. But keeping a case open for 5 years is crazy. I just can't believe this bill's in front of us today. We need to kill this conference report. It was fine when it was 12 months. To be honest, I thought 12 months was a compromise. We were okay with 6 months, but putting it out to 5 years is insanity.
Okay. I think Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, do you want to make a motion with regard to the conference committee report?
I make a motion that the conference committee report be rejected. Or it's not a motion. What do I do?
No, we'll do it this way. With the recommendation that it be rejected?
With the request that it be rejected.
Make the motion to adopt.
I will make a very weak motion that it be adopted.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 12, noes 26.
Ayes 12, noes 26. The Senate does not adopt the conference committee report.
That's all we have at this point. We're still waiting on 4 bills.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, since we're in a lull moment, and may I have a point of personal privilege?
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. A few moments ago, people were giving thank yous and kudos to groups of individuals, but we left out a very important group, 2 very important groups, and I want to certainly acknowledge their services, and that was certainly legislative services and legislative automated services. So we certainly couldn't have done anything that we have done here this session without them. So I certainly want to acknowledge them and thank them for all that they did for us this session.
Thank the Senator. The Senate will be at ease.
Thoughts that have been on my mind during this session, and since we've been here this late hour, I ought to express them. So one of them is I'd like to thank the clerk for the way that she organized this chamber. I know she's been involved in several building projects, and if she's involved in another one for the Senate chamber, whenever that happens, I really like the format that was adopted here. I think that it leads to a much more collaborative process, even though I don't always like what the results of that collaboration's been. But it was really nice. The senator from Prince William and I entered the Senate on the same day in January 2016, and I figured that if he and I ever sat next to each other, it would mean we each won probably 5 or 6 more elections. And it's nice to be able to sit next to some of my colleagues that sit very far away from me. Even my neighbors that have different standards on clutter than I do. It's very nice. I enjoyed that. I appreciate the way that the Senate or the clerk of the Senate set this format up. I think that it was very good and something that's just worth consideration going forward. The second thought that was on my mind is, Mr. President, it's about you. And I don't always agree with your rulings, and but I think
the senator's out of order.
Well, thank you.
I thank the senator.
But I think I think that as president, you've done a very good job running the day-to-day operations. I know that you're not seeking re-election, as I understand it, to this position. But as someone that comes from the Senate very much, I always think that the lieutenant governor ought to be someone from the Senate, although I don't think we have anyone running this time. But you really have done an excellent job coming in as a lieutenant governor in the role as president of the Senate. I think you've been pretty fair, although I could have been more fair a few times. But I really appreciate that. Earlier this session, there was a very tense moment, and I think you really helped de-escalate the situation at just the right time, and I appreciate that, Mr. President, and I've enjoyed having you as our president. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Senator Suderline, I have to admit, I cannot take credit for the arrangement. It goes to the IT staff. They designed this, not me.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, first, I want to, thank you for the job. You've been an excellent lieutenant governor for the last 4 years, and you've done an excellent job presiding over the Senate. And again, I want to thank you for that. Madam Clerk, as usual, she just performs outstandingly every year. But I differ a little bit from the senator from Roanoke County. Quite frankly, we can't get back to the Capitol soon enough to suit me.
Okay, on page 19, Senate Bill 1318. $1380, I'm sorry. My eyes are gone. Senator Lucas.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is the second committee of conference, and I move that the Senate adopt the second committee of conference on Senate Bill 1380.
Thank you, Senator. Do you want to speak to that?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I said earlier, this bill provides the commission, and that's SCC, broad discretion in approving or disapproving, 1, whether the bus project is in the public interest, 2, whether the cost recovery method sought by Dominion is appropriate, and 3, whether the associated costs are reasonable and prudent. And Mr. President, I have about 5 more paragraphs if you'd like to hear them, but I think having heard them before, I just move that we adopt the second committee of conference on Senate Bill 1380.
Thanks. What, Madam Clerk?
1380.
1380. I had mask in my mouth.
No worries. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1380? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the second conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 12.
Ayes 25, noes 12. The Senate adopts the second conference committee report.
And on page 17, last but not least, Senate Bill 1261.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, is this the last bill? Holy cow. I move that the Joint Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1261 be adopted.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, what this does is the House amendments were rejected, and there were a number of technical amendments that were adopted and some enactment clauses with regard to the Court of Virginia would go into effect January the 1st. The petitions before the court at that point would be certified as been granted, so they could go forward with the new bill, new law. The executive secretary is detailing the expanded workload for the Court of Appeals, and the bill will be, as I say, be effective the 1st of January 2022, and the Court of Appeals will make a report of its activities. The first report should be made January 1, 2023, and with that explanation, again, I move that the conference report be adopted.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1261? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 17.
Ayes 20, noes 17. The Senate adopts the conference committee report. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I require the clerk, does that complete the calendar?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Seeing none, the clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Monday will be pro forma, and we have 2 volunteers, Senator McClellan and Senator McDougal, and they will meet here at 9:30 a.m. They deserve a round of applause.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Seeing none, I call on Madam President, Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 9:30 a.m. on Monday, and in so doing, we do so in memory of Officer Dominique J. Wenham.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until Monday at 9:30 a.m., and that when the Senate so adjourns, it does so in the honor and the memory of Officer Dominic J. Wenham? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will stand adjourned until Monday at 9:30 a.m. in the honor and the memory of Officer Dominic J. Wenham.